Alright, people, what's happening? We are live. June 27th, 2025. It's about 7:30, almost 7:30, 5 minutes to 7:30 Arizona time. It's 10:30 Eastern time. I took a position early this morning. I've been playing basketball the last few hours, and so I was not trading this morning, but I did set a limit order in at limit order was actually held a position overnight, and it, this morning I was actually short. I had a short position. I took profit in that. But I also had a long position, so I played both sides of the market. So I had an option that expired today. It was a put going to 320, and I also bought in at 320. I doubled down, and then once I was at break even, I sold 100 shares, and now I just have 100 at 320.74. So we're up 600 bucks on the day. I am looking to add to this position if we can kind of have a little fake out, shake out back down here. Our resistance for the day, folks, it's still above this, 331. We could get halfway up the bar and just fall. So that's what I'm looking at today. We're looking at a 4-hour time frame. Let's go to the hourly really quickly. So this is the hourly, okay? Nice little spike in this candle. Past few days have been extremely choppy. Go to the 15-minute chart. Looks bullish on the 15-minute, that's for sure. Made about $1,000 on the option. What we got going today? Let's see what the suits are saying.
The court did not rule on the merits of birthright citizenship today. Instead, all that they did was said that lower level courts that have already ruled on those executive orders and found them unconstitutional, that they can only make those decisions within their own jurisdiction. So that birthright citizenship executive order can remain partially in place as of now in the 22 states that sued against it, and one, it cannot go into place, but in the remaining states.
As soon as we drive home and your toe hits the driveway, you are a completely different human.
An update on China and the outlook. We'll share some key takeaways from the quarter next. Plus, a big interview you do not want to miss. New York City Mayor Eric Adams. His response to Zoran Mamdani's victory in the Democratic primary this week, and details on his own re-election campaign and policies. Don't go anywhere.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Okay. Not much going on there. This candle looks like it wants to do a reversal. Let's see what the Qs is doing. Anybody want to see some stock analysis? You want to look at some charts? Let me know. Hit me up in the comments. We are live. Market's been on a tear the last few days. We just broke out of this 532 and just been straight up. It's crazy. I was trading the crash. Made quite a bit of money during the crash. Look at this weekly chart. Just straight up since April. It's wild. It's so crazy. Let me delete my drawings. This is that. This is what the Qs get you. Okay, we're just going straight up. This is a bullish candle. We'll see how it ends the year, but right now we're new highs, everybody. New highs by $10. Well, not a lot going on this Friday. We have a position open at 320 with Tesla. If we break 320, you know, and some change, we could see that 306 channel bottom. There's a potential, people. All right, I'm back, Jack. All right, what setup? Do we have any setups? Let's look at GitLab. Not a lot of volatility, although GitLab does look like it wants to go higher on the 15-minute. What's up with the 4-hour? Maybe curling over. Could be a bull trap. Hourly. Yeah. It's getting tight. What else we got? Let's look at the Qs. Qs is oversold. We got some bearish divergence going on. You can see the RSI is higher than the recent latest price on the hourly. So if you can make a line going this way and the price is going up over here on the chart, right? And it's not oversold like it is here on this high, then that's called bearish divergence. But this candle hasn't formed yet. You know, we got another 10 minutes. It could go higher, and this thing could just go right up here. So it's just what I'm saying. You know, the week before holidays, we generally kind of just float up, and that's what we're doing. We're floating. It's not a big deal. That's a bullish candle if I ever saw one. It's kind of crazy. It's like, what stocks would be going off? Let's look at Amazon. Amazon looks like it's primed to pump. Amazon looks pretty juicy. I can't believe Tesla's gonna end the week like this. This is such an ugly candle. This is like a trend change. This is like a trend reversal candle. You see that same candle here, right? And then boom, flush. We bounced from it, we consolidated, bounced, trend change. Where is this thing going? I think it would, if you are an investor of Tesla, as I am, right? I trade Tesla daily. It probably wouldn't hurt to buy some out of the money puts, you know, going out 6 months. Especially if we close below 305. I mean, I'd be looking at 272 to 221. Some out of the money puts for 221 going out, you know, August. It's probably not a bad idea. You can even do October, right? It's called insurance, you know what I'm saying? Why some motherfucking insurance? See what the suits are saying again.
Or get access to the critical minerals. And I think having a framework of policies that promotes that and values that will actually put us in a stronger position in the future.
But in 3 or 4 years, will we see more of that supply chain here in North America? Because we heard this a couple of years ago, and it seems like it's been slow to move over here. It's still anchored in China.
Well, there's been a massive increase in the amount of batteries that actually get assembled here. That's, I think, quite a success story in the U.S. And the supply chain has to follow, but it is beginning to follow. And I think in 3 years, we will absolutely see more of it. It'll grow.
You're on the Tesla board of directors next week. Q2 deliveries will be reported. Not going to ask you about how they're going to look for Tesla.
Thank you.
But there is a concern that the demand is slowing down, not just for Teslas, but for EVs overall. What do you see in terms of the customers and their interest in going electric right now?
Well, I still see people excited about electric vehicles. We're kind of crossing as an industry into a new type of customer, into more of a mass market. That takes a little bit more, training and education. But again, as people make that conversion, they're generally loving the vehicles. I don't meet too many people who experience EVs and then go back to driving internal combustion. And to me, that's really telling. It's kind of a one-way transition.
At the same time, Elon Musk has said, look, the future of Tesla is autonomous and Optimus. We don't hear a lot of talk about the EV portion of Tesla. We hear about autonomous and Optimus. Why should investors buy into that right now? Because there's more than a few who sit there and say, well, wait a second, what about the core business? Does that mean it's slowing down to a point where we should discount it?
Well, I can't speak to that directly, but personally, I think EVs are still a critical part of the future of growth in the U.S. and for companies like Tesla and across the whole automotive industry.
One last question regarding the microgrids and what you're doing out here with your battery packs. You can monitor all of these. How long will an old EV battery pack that's in one of these centers down here, you've got about 80 down here that are helping power the data center, how long will they last before you have to say, okay, change it out, put a different old EV battery pack in here?
Yeah, almost 800 out here, and we expect these will last anywhere from 3 to 5 years of additional usable life. So maybe more than you would expect, but this is a much easier application than they see when they're in a vehicle, so we can extend that quite significantly.
One last thing, one of our editors back in the newsroom just said to me, you've got one of the primary people at Tesla who has just announced that he's not going to be there anymore, and there's some questions about the talent pool that is there. You've seen these over the years as people have come and gone. How comfortable do you feel about the talent pool that is there right now?
I'm still super confident. I think it's an incredibly exciting time, and there's a enormous amount of interest of very, very smart people who are clamoring to be a part of that.
And also clamoring to be a part of what you're doing here.
I think the future is pretty exciting for energy, for transportation, for autonomy. I personally am an optimist. I'm very bullish that AI can usher in a whole wave of growth and prosperity that we haven't seen before.
Sarah, we will send it back to you. J.D. Straubel, thank you for joining us out here at Redwood Materials, now Redwood Energy subdivision of Redwood Materials. Sarah, we'll send it back to you.
My pleasure.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much. Interesting story and great live shot, Phil LeBeau. After the break, crypto making itself at home. The Trump administration pushing to make crypto assets a bigger part of the home ownership process. We'll explain next. And do not miss a first on CNBC interview with New York City Mayor Eric Adams on his message for Wall Street and business after Mamdani's upset in the Democratic primary.
What is that
we'll be right
about?
back.
All right, we gotta. Sorry, folks, we gotta grok something here. You guys have
Trend Tracker is sponsored by CME Group.
I would encourage you. Let me turn this down here. We're not into advertisements. All right. What is Trump and team saying about owning Doe and the purchase process? The Trump administration has taken steps to integrate cryptocurrency into the housing purchase process, specifically in the context of federal mortgage loan assessments. On June 25th, 2025, the Federal Housing under Direct issued a directive order Fannie Mae Freddie Mac to consider cryptocurrency as an asset in single-family mortgage loan risk assessment. This move aligns with President Donald Trump's vision to position the United States as crypto capital of the world. The directive allows borrowers to use digital assets held on U.S. regulated centralized exchanges as part of their mortgage application without needing to convert them to U.S. dollars first. It also requires Freddie Mae and Freddie Mac to develop proposals to account for crypto's market's volatility and ensure underwriting standards are not compromised. These proposals must be approved by their boards and the FHFA, Federal Housing something or rather. So what does this mean? So basically, we're going to ask Grok this, but basically my perspective on what I just read is that your assets are now going to be recognized with cryptocurrency. So you can put that on your application that you own it, and that, you know, let's just say you own $20,000 worth of Bitcoin, okay? Now the bank will say, okay, well, you got $20,000, why don't you liquidate that, and we'll give you a pre-approval for a home, right? Or a bank will say, you got $1 million worth of Bitcoin, I'll give you a loan against it. Of course you can't purchase a home with a loan, but you get what I'm trying to say. These assets are starting to be recognized. So let's ask Grok what's happening. Using cryptocurrency as an asset for mortgage qualification. If you own cryptocurrency on U.S. regulated centralized exchange, you can now include it as part of your financial portfolio when applying for a mortgage-backed loan. This means you won't need to sell your crypto. Oh, so you don't need to sell it. Potential for easier qualification. So this means you won't need to sell your crypto holdings to convert them to US dollars to prove your financial stability, which could be significant advantage if you're holding assets like Bitcoin or Ethereum and believe they may appreciate in value. This is true. My favorite crypto to buy, I gotta tell you guys, is Bitcoin Cash, baby. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. Must be 18 or older to join. We might just slowly sell off the rest of the day. I mean, it's very possible. I could just, you know, get stomped out here. Let's look at the 15-minute. Do we have any trend changes? Ooh. Yeah, this is like a doji. If we break this, we'll go lower, right? Should probably put my stop right here. But, let's go to the 1 hour. Ugly candles. We're on the Weebles. Super Trend says it's 322. We could see 322. That's what the Super Trend says. I believe it. There's nothing to chart. This is such an ugly chart, people. Consolidating, breakout, holding. I just say, you know, just be careful, you know. We could see, maybe 10 points from here. Apologize, I wasn't here for the opening bell. I was playing basketball. If you haven't seen my basketball channel, check me out, Chase Bitzer. See some live action. Of course, I haven't put anything up for a while, but nonetheless. Now I'm thinking about doing, you know, these puts going out August look juicy. I mean, just to cover the downside, you know what I'm saying? You know, of course you could do one for December 19th. You could do a put covering the downside. Elon Musk on his X has 221 million followers. It's like the entire US follows him. Besant said the China deal is US tariffs on China 30%, China tariffs on US 10%. Bill Gates wants to take over the U.S. water supply. I'll tell you what, I don't know anybody that likes what that man is doing. He had one golden egg, which was Microsoft, and the rest have been black eggs. Just an umpire calling balls and strikes. Tell you what, Charles Schwab looks like it wants to go higher. About should we own some Charles Schwab? Charles Schwaby? 4-hour time frame looks bullish. We got a bully. We got a bully breakout over here. We can get above 90.98. Tesla's losing the volume weighted average price, the VWAP. Looks like I'm down 30 bucks on my Tempest AI position. Let me switch you guys over. Well, we got this Tesla position. Looking bearish. I think we should buy some downside protection for next week. Nike had earnings yesterday. They popped. They beat numbers. Yeah, what a move. $10 move. Nice. Circle's giving up everything. Tesla wants to give up everything. Well, it broke that, I'm gonna go ahead and sell this. Well, that's the hourly. Four-hour time frame, 2-hour time frame. I mean, we don't look bullish. We don't look bullish. I was up 800. Might as well just take that 400 and run. Let's look at BCH. Bitcoin Cash, baby. Man, I was messing around with it like around 4:30. Man. Go ahead and buy 1 Bitcoin Cash. Oh, I love some coffee. How many of you are coffee drinkers out there? Any coffee drinkers in the house? All right, if you're just joining, we talked about a couple things going on right now. President Trump and team are putting in motion recognizing assets for purchasing homes. Crypto assets, sorry. So you know what? I went out and I bought some Bitcoin Cash. I'm a fan of Bitcoin Cash because it's a limited supply cryptocurrency. It's running on the Bitcoin Cash network, which split off of Bitcoin. BCH, baby. What's Ethereum doing? It's just selling off. Being a little bee-hee. I remember when Ethereum was around like $100-200. $4,000, that's wild, dude. Oh, it's just looking ugly ever since this reversal candle. Eating up all my profits. Yeah, I told myself I'd sell if we broke that, and I did not. We've been kind of holding it. All right, Tempest. We're up 20 bucks on Tempest AI. Still up 400 on Tesla. Let's look at treasuries. What's the treasury market doing right now? Let's well, it's above every moving average on the 4-hour, on the daily. It's an inside trading day. Bullish. Weekly we have volume picking up. You know, it'd be nice to see this thing pop to 110, 120. It's just crazy how we just had no cuts. It almost makes you want to do like a June 18th call, 2026. Man, TLT calls for 2027 are pretty cheap. I wonder why. Okay, I just bought some calls for TLT for 2027. They just look a little too juicy, a little too cheap. 5 option contracts going for an average price of $7.75. Our break even is $92.75. Let's just say by summer of next year, this thing is trading at, let's just say they cut, right? And we're at like 100 and, if we see a nice little pop on TLT, you know, this thing is, these options worth $8,000, $10,000, $10,000, you know? This thing could easily, these options could easily be worth 12 grand. So I'm just gonna sit on them. I might throw them in another account. Okay, what's Tesla doing? Tesla still selling off. So, May PCE inflation, the Fed's preferred inflation measure, it rose to 2.3% in line with expectation. So, it did, you know, rise, but it didn't exceed expectations. It was in line with expectations. The core PCE inflation rose as well to 2.7, above the expectation, which is 2.6, so maybe a 0.2 basis point move up. PCE inflation is now rising for the first time since February 2025, so just a few months ago. So interesting, the PCE is rising now. The Fed pause will continue. Yeah, that was just 1 month though. Well, since that is the case, let me see here. I'll probably close out of the option though, but they are looking juicy. Okay. It's not time yet to buy the TLT product. All right, let's do a quick check-in. Switch back over to Webull. We got Tesla on the 5-minute chart looking to make a comeback. Looking kind of bullish on the 5-minute, looking kind of bullish on the 15-minute as well, holding the volume weighted average price for the day. Let's go check out the Qs. Qs is trekking along higher. You can't stop it. It's unfortunate for the bears. I'll tell you what though, it's getting extended. But whenever you zoom out, you know, we got another chart, long-term chart here. Then we got a long ways to go up as well. So just be careful, people. This is a weekly chart. Gosh, that candle is bullish. Bully. Son of a gun. This is Tesla. We are in an upward channel. Long-term channel top. Over here. Tempest AI looks to be, you know, it's still above all the moving averages on the daily and on the weekly. This is just in an uptrend, people. We have an uptrend. We could see $80 next week on Tempest AI, people. We could see $80 next week. Be watching out for that one. Of course, we break this, we'll go test $58. I'd be looking to buy, to be honest with you. I'm a big fan of healthcare technology. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Healthcare technology is broken currently, and there's a lot of room to get out the latest and greatest tech. A lot of market for that. When am I going to double down on Tesla, huh? When am I going to double down? Should we give it a shot? I mean, we got some room here. We're gonna give it a shot. We're going all in. Every time I buy in, we sell off. Sorry, people, I did that one. Alright, let's see what the suits are saying again, huh?
To Common? David, you're not going to probably be happy with me because you're not going to get much out of me on this subject. I would just say, I'd refer you to the president's tweet and say that we're studying it. We're looking at it very hard. I will say that we do have a president that is very, very interested in Fannie and Freddie, and it is a relief because with these assets, as you know, they have $7.8 trillion under management in the form of mortgages. And in terms of their earning power, David, as you know, these are very, very valuable businesses. So we're taking costs out of the businesses, David, as you know, and I think we're going to keep all options on the table for the president. But ultimately, this and all the questions you ask will be up to the president.
All right, but you do expect that we are going to see some sort of a plan, I would expect. And can you give a time frame in terms of when we might see the details around it?
Again, you're not going to be very happy with me, David. I would refer you to the president's tweets. I work for a great guy, and he is very good at deals. And on his own timeline, in his own way, he will decide what he wants to do. We're just studying a bunch of different things, and ultimately it will be up to him what or if he decides to do it.
One thing you said you were studying was this idea of sort of semi-privatization while also guaranteeing. You know, and I think there are some questions about how exactly that would work and whether the taxpayer would still be on the hook while investors would make a lot of money.
Yeah, again, I would just refer you back to the president's tweet where he said that he wants to stay in control. And right now we're just focused on passing the big, beautiful bill. But we are studying these issues and we will present them with options at the appropriate time.
Okay, so I have one more on crypto, since that was some of the news, and we're still waiting for the president, by the way. He's set to give a news conference any moment now on the Supreme Court decision. We'll keep you posted on that. But on the crypto, Director Pulte, have you thought at all about how you would verify crypto holdings for folks qualifying for mortgages? Because it's harder to do that. It's not as transparent.
It's a very good question. It's something that the team has looked into a lot. Frankly, we were going to delay the announcement a little bit until we had all of the details. And I said, no, let's do it. We've studied it enough. Let's go. And so what we're going to be doing, if people want to do business with Fannie and Freddie, specifically banks and mortgage lenders, they're going to have to adapt. This is the 21st century. This is the year 2025. This is not, 1994 anymore. So we have to innovate at Fannie and Freddie. And in addition to taking costs out of the business, we are being innovative, and our partners will have to come alongside of us. And frankly, I think that's what's going to increase the value of these two businesses long term, is making sure that we are innovative. And I would encourage all of our partners and mortgage lenders to really think about how they plug into, whether it be crypto exchanges or cold storage or what have you, because we're going to be looking through all of these.
Position.
I mean,
affordability
is clearly the key for you right now, and that's what's been making it so hard in the housing market. Mortgage rates are part of that, but also pricing, has stayed high. I know that we're starting to see a little bit of a rollover, but it's just low inventory and low supply across this country.
Yes, but what the problem is, and you see this with the big builders, whether it's D.R. Horton or Lennar or Pulte, is these interest rates can affect not just the big builders, but also the small builders. And small builders don't necessarily want to build if they think that rates are high. And so when Jay Powell says something like, well, high rates, don't affect housing supply, it's false, because I've heard from a lot of builders, I don't want to say exactly who, but I've also heard from the big builders, who the CEOs come in to see me, and a lot of them are concerned about this interest rate regime and saying, how can we do this? They've been doing these buy downs, Sarah, as you know, the big builders have been doing buy downs for years. And you're starting to see it really hit their gross margins now. But the concern is they can do all the buy downs in the world, but if you don't have relief on interest rates relative to inflation, you're still going to have issues, and it's still going to affect, in my view, and in the view of a lot of industry participants who actually build these homes, it's going to affect supply.
Don't they have longer term outlooks when it comes to the decision to build or develop homes?
Well, I don't want to speak for any particular builder, but one of the things that I've heard is that, what's going on with the Fed? I mean, how can we, how can we bank on continuing to build a certain amount of supply if we're going to have to do all these rate buy downs and all these other things? As you know, these big builders have invested a significant amount of money in buying down these interest rates. And so I can't blame the publicly traded CEO home builders. I'm happy too. I don't even own Pulte stock anymore, but I have no problem blaming them if they were at risk. But they're trying to run their business, and they're looking at the interest rate regime, and they'll have no excuses once interest rates are fixed. But for right now, it is concerning to them, and it's also concerning to small and big builders and medium-sized builders rather.
Who would you like to see leading the Fed?
That is totally up to the president.
Agreed. It is up to the president ultimately next year. We appreciate you joining us. Keeping the pressure on Powell with some interesting proposals as well. Director Bill Pulte, good to see you.
Thank you.
As we await the president himself, supposed to speak any minute now.
I don't think he's going to give us a lot of insight on Fannie and Freddie, though.
Probably not.
No.
He says Supreme Court, but you never know when the Fed criticism pops up.
That seems to come up.
Continuous.
That seems to come up a lot. All right, but not between the common and the preferred on Freddie and Fannie. All right, time for a news update now. Savannah now has that for us. Savannah.
Hey, David. Good morning. The Senate is set to vote today on a measure that would block President Trump from taking further military action against Iran without congressional approval. The vote follows last week's U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. The resolution needs 51 votes to pass, an uphill battle in a Senate where Republicans hold a 53-47 majority. California Governor Gavin Newsom is suing Fox News for defamation, alleging the network misrepresented a phone call he had with President Trump. The suit alleges that Fox News was motivated to lie and distort on behalf of the president. Governor Newsom is seeking at least $787 million in damages. And the Danish government is planning to tackle AI-generated deepfakes by changing copyright law to ensure that everybody has the right to their own body, facial features, and voice. The proposed legislation would mean that Danes who find that their features have been used to create a deepfake would have the right to ask the platforms that host the content to take it down. Sarah?
Okay. Thank you, Savannah. Still to come, OpenAI says it isn't DeepSeek investors need to be worried about, out with warning about a new Chinese startup that it sees as the biggest global threat. We'll tell you about it.
And let's check the markets as we head to a break. These are new highs that we're seeing on both the S&P and the NASDAQ this morning. Stay with us.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com.
Ooh, they're taking.
Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Looking at Solana so much.
Do you have a life insurance policy you no longer need? Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash payment. Call Coventry Direct to learn more.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
Our friends sold their policy to help pay their medical bills. And that got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I was skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct. They explained life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
We learned we could sell all of our policy or keep part of it with no future payments. Who knew? We sold our policy. Now we can relax and enjoy our retirement as we had planned.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Don't buy another stock before reading this book, because when you see the returns you could be making on options versus stocks, you'll realize that in today's market, buying and holding stocks alone, it's not an option. The simple, beginner-friendly option strategies you'll learn in our new book could take your investing returns to a whole new level. And today, we'll give you a copy for free.
And got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
Kind of opened up a whole new avenue of investing for me that I never knew was possible.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful.
I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I will not go out and buy shares anymore. I just buy options.
I would say if you were considering learning from John and Pete for options, it's a no-brainer.
Tesla's selling off. Tesla's selling off. Solana's market cap's pretty large. Volatility.
Was dealing with the injured cats, and I was like, no, you just, do your, focus on them, get better. So I think one has died, and then one of them is seriously injured. I don't know if that one will make it or not. But anyway, that was pretty tragic. So we're going to reschedule that if you were tuning into that. No longer oversold. Is that bullish? Man, that looks juicy. It really does. We're gonna go ahead and jump back in. The 15-minute time frame, this seems to be holding. Let's see if we can get a pop to 333. All right, if you're just joining, we're up about 500 bucks on the day. I just entered a position in Tesla. We've just been consolidating. It's been chopped the last few days. I mean, look at this. I'm on a 15-minute time frame. This is going out 4 days, 5 days. We had a breakout. We had chop, 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 breakout, breakdown. Now we're holding, okay? I don't know, I'm a little bullish just because we're hitting new highs and all that kind of stuff. I mean, but that's, you know, that's what the market wants you to think. It's better to be cautious. I took my profit. I didn't want it to go down anymore. I think we can see it pop to 333. I really do think that we can. Probably get rejected there, but you know, if we can hold this bottom range of 24 bucks, I might look to add and continue that original idea that I sold out of. We'll see. This is my risk, right? I'd stop out right here. I'd look to buy back around 320 for an intraday trade, but right now I'm looking, you know, I'm looking for a pop. I think we might be able to get like a little pop. Can we get the pop? These are ugly lines, I'm sorry. Sorry about. Ooh, it's getting rejected. We see it pop above this. I'll probably buy into that. Yeah, we're starting to curl over on the 15-minute time frame. These are all short-term time frames. These are, you know, playing the candlesticks here. Go to the hourly. That line isn't even near. Just playing the candlesticks. Let's go back to the 15-minute. Come on now. Come on, old Sally. Oh, Sally. You guys ever seen that toot video? Where that guy, he's dating old Sally doing a little toot? We got 5 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Tesla is red on the day. Will it break higher? Might go ahead and double down here at the same price. Got 5 minutes left in this candle, 4 minutes and change. This thing just might turn around on me. Let's switch over to Webull real quick. I like to get a different perspective on the charts with Webull, flipping from Webull to. So we're underneath the 5-day moving average. I got better moving averages in this chart. So that's, you know, we're kind of bearish right now. We're losing that volume record average price. This trade really isn't in my favor right now. I'll probably just go ahead and cut it. Alright, we just got some news for Tesla. Tesla hires former Cruise executive as AI director. Electric reports. Interesting. Could that be sell the news? We're still up, 475 on the day. Took a $15 loss on that last trade. Bought some Bitcoin Cash in Solana today off that news that Trump is going to allow mortgage lenders to recognize cryptocurrency assets, not necessarily to liquidate them to be approved for a home, but to just recognize them as assets when applying for a loan. Thought that was interesting. Bullish long term. Bought some Bitcoin Cash. It's one of the cryptocurrencies that has limited supply out there. Like a Bitcoin. Bitcoin Cash is not Bitcoin. It's split off from Bitcoin in 17, 18, somewhere around there. It has been pretty volatile. Volatility. It's 9 o'clock. We got a trend change coming, folks. Trend change, 9:30. see what Circle's doing. Ooh, should we buy that? Looks like a potential buy to me. Tesla dropping. That's why I like looking at the Webull app. The Webull app gives me better moving averages compared to Robinhood. I mean, I have the moving averages, I think it's too busy on the chart. It's too busy. Let's go back to just bounce right off the bottom. We start moving above the volume weighted average price at 325.34. That's bullish, people. So then it'll bring that 5-day moving average up. We could be going to reach that 326.03, $1 above where we're at right now. That could be the next move. But you know what? 930 hits. That's usually the trend confirmation of the change for the day. We do look bullish on the 5-minute. We'll say that. Damn, Nvidia is at 158. That's crazy. It's not oversold in the weekly yet. We're hitting new highs. Wow, that's insane, isn't it? Oh my goodness, man! What a candle! Nvidia, you dog. And Tesla's just sitting over here like, dude. Circle's running. We are underneath the 5-day moving average and the 200-day, the 5-day, 200-day, and the 20-day, people. 20 days at 325.83. We are a long way from there. Trend is pointing down. As soon as we get above this 320, or excuse me, yeah, 325.86, I might consider taking a position for that swing up to, 333. See, we just get rejected off of, I'm gonna switch back to, see, I got this 15-minute chart going with these lines, and we just keep getting rejected. But we could break this. I'd probably buy into that if we break it. Just see what happens. Well, that candlestick didn't end up going green like I thought it would. So I'm going to go ahead and quickly close this out. Take that $30 loss. I thought we were going to build a green candle outside my lines here. Chop. Just a lot of chop. Not a lot of movement, people. Not a lot of movement. We're still up on the day. No positions for scalping right now. I got a couple positions open with Tempest AI. Let's see here. Tempest AI, Bitcoin Cash, Solana, some long-term positions. Tesla's breaking down. Love to see it. I'm gonna probably buy this. Broke down from my lines. I'd like to see Tesla go down to you know, that 320.44 area. I didn't buy it, and it recovered. But it is a 15-minute candle. There's still a lot of time left in this candle. We got 7 minutes. Let's go to the 5-minute charts. Holding the super trend, 323.52. Can we get above 324.60? Do I hear a 324.60? We get above 324.60. This candle may want to push to 325. I mean, I'm just saying it's possible. That's what happens. Market fake you out. I didn't have a position, didn't get faked out, but we'll see what this next 15-minute candle has to provide for us. We break 320.40, we could see 305 by the end of the day. Alright, it's holding the super trend. So the line got ugly on the 5-minute. Go back to the 15-minute real quick. Little breakdown, fake out, shake out. Can we get above 325? We'll see. We'll see, people. I'm gonna grab some coffee. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back, Jack. How we looking? I got my coffee, got my position, got my lines. Like not, you know, on the chart, not on the table, right? Not about that life. Neither is my boy Jerry, my little golden doodle. He's a good boy. We are seeing some action, Jackson. Come on. Who wants me to double down? Can I get a... That purple line's the 5-day EMA. If we can get a pop above that 5-day EMA, that might be nice, boy. I'm playing this candle, playing the candlesticks. This is a 15-minute chart. This candle just happened a minute ago. The low of it's 324.51. My position's at 324.65. If this candle can reach the previous candle high or go higher, I would love that. Love it. Freaking love it. Love it. I love it so much. Alright. Not trying to do ASMR or nothing. Let's see what the suits are saying.
Consolidation among the big names?
Yeah, I do. I think the big five get bigger and bigger, and they're going to buy the other, the other companies around the world. Some of them might be small, but because they don't all offer the 100% to their customers. So they'll buy capabilities, and that's what I think you're going to see. CrowdStrike is amazing. Palo Alto has been a laggard, and I think it's just a much better value at 11 times price to sales versus 30 times price to sales for CrowdStrike. But I like them both. I like the whole space.
Everything almost looks a laggard compared to CrowdStrike, which is up 47.5% year to date.
Yeah.
I mean, Zscaler is up 75, so everything's lagging. That you have Palo Alto also.
I do, but just broadly speaking, I agree with the basket idea. Morgan Stanley projects that cybersecurity spend will surge from $15 billion,
only
which
at
was 2021, to $135 billion by 2030. So I think they're all well positioned.
$200 coming up after this break. The self-driving race in your mind. The committee gearing up to debate whether Tesla or Uber is the better stock to own for the second half of the year. Which one's going to do better over the next 6 months? We'll debate it next.
Yeah, no thanks. They always get these stocks on there that are going down. Tempest AI holding my line, baby. Okay, we got downtrending 20-day 325.39. That's not good.
At Morgan
5 days
Stanley,
at 333.45.
old school hardware
Intraday
means bold
resistance.
new thinking. Partnering to unlock new ideas, to create new legacies, to transform a company,
Tell you what, boy.
industry, economy.
I'm be
generation.
bearish.
Because grit and vision, working in
Come
lockstep,
12:30,
puts you on the path
we don't
to
have
your full
like a
potential.
bounce above
Old school
333.
grit, new world
We don't hold
ideas.
333,
Morgan
guys.
Stanley.
I'm sorry. I'm going short for the next few months
You make it through security
on
so
Tesla.
fast.
But you know, it's more like insurance,
Your
right?
travel
Because I
itineraries
do
are so well
invest
written,
in
they're on
Tesla.
the bestseller list.
I'm an
And
investor
you have
in
access
Tesla.
to lounges that don't officially exist. That's why you rent with National, where you can skip the counter and choose any vehicle on the Emerald Isle. Because travel isn't a competition, except that it is. And you're winning.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow, today.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
We need samples from living dinosaurs.
That's kind of our specialty.
Let's go!
All we got is commercials. Alright. Anything good going on in the news today? Reuters from Breaking Views. Bezos. I don't know. Reuters is... Israel has stopped aid from entering northern Gaza, but is still allowed to enter it from the south, 2 officials said. Interesting. We don't got much going on. No more volatility. On the hourly, okay. Let's go back to the hourly. This is the hourly, people. We are far away from the 5-day. We're about 50 cents away from the 5-day moving average. Not a lot going on. Not a lot going on. What's Charles Schwab's price to book value? Book value per share is 27 bucks. Looking bullish. I remember when Coinbase was at 40 bucks and I was like, no, I'm not gonna do it. I fucking bought it at 120 and held it all the way down to like 60 bucks. Makes me sick every time I look at fucking Coinbase. Excuse my language. Makes me sick. On the weekly, Tesla's 5-day weekly moving average is at 322.76. Come on. We hold that on the weekly. I'm sorry. I'll hold a position, but I'm also going to buy some insurance. Insurance for 394. 394. Yeah, you know, we're in an upward trend and the upward channel in this trend, and go figure, the 20-day on the weekly, 20-day moving average on the weekly, this yellow line is right underneath the channel bottom. Go figure. And that price is exactly 295.91. It's the yellow MA20 on the top left of your screen. 295.90. Might be worth buying some insurance for that number. I, my friends, am going to buy that. I'm going to just go out till August 1st. So I'm going to say I'll buy a 315 put. It's $1,800 bucks. $1,800 worth of insurance for a month and a half. It's quite a bit. It's kind of expensive. Really, I should just go out to July. Honestly, I could go out just really next, the next 3 weeks. But I think the earnings, Tesla earnings is on like the 25th or the 21st, somewhere around there. And there is an option that's expiring on July 25th. So just for just for straight insurance purposes, it might be worth buying this July 25th contract for a put for 315. I'll tell you what, come 12 o'clock, 10 minutes, 15 minutes before market closes, I'm going to buy some insurance for sure, dog. Remember, folks, we are underneath key moving averages. on the 1 hour. And on the 15 minute, so just be cautious here, you know. No sudden movements. Alright, we're holding the 5-day moving average on the 15-minute time frame. We could still see that pop to 333. If we close above, if we close Friday above 333, I'm bullish. I'm bullish the rest of the week, and going into next week and the week after that. Up until earnings, tell you that much. Man, there's no volume. Run a 2 Sigma weekly move per figuring out money on Michael Silva's page. Meanwhile, Tesla's been flat as the Niagara Falls, boy. Come on, Tesla. Ba-bum-bum-ba-bum-bum. What's this music? There has been no dips to buy. You can kiss the dippy goodbye. They said buy on the dip. Yeah, good luck. Good luck figuring out where that's at. Sheffield. Philly. I feel like shorting something. I don't know about you guys. What do you guys think of C3 AI? I haven't looked at that one in a while. What's their revenue looking like? This is a weekly. I might take a position in C3. Man, I wanted to buy. I bought GitLab at 39 and just did not hold it. Stupid. Guard Force, GFAI, Guard Force, huh? Market cap of 24 million. Guard Force. INOD, Innodata. Have you guys heard of Innodata? They got a $1.5 billion market cap. Innodata. RZLV, Resolve AI. That's an interesting one. Innodata. It's like a Head and Shoulders pattern. Let's see, what is INOD guidance for revenue and growth? Innodata. Has forecast at least 40% revenue growth for 2025 based on preliminary unsecured contracts near term forecastable business opportunities. The guidance implies minimum revenue of approximately 238 for 2025 compared to a full year of 2024 of 170. company anticipates updating this guidance through 2025 as it did in 2024, reflecting new contract wins and the growth acceleration. Data. I liked it better down at fucking freaking stinking $15. I'd buy it at 12, 13 bucks. This is way too expensive. I mean, it could shoot up to 75 bucks, right? And you get like a nice return out of it, but it's far away from the moving averages on the monthly. On the weekly, it's trending up. I like that on the weekly. That looks really nice. The 4-hour time frame does look like it wants to. It could swing either direction, a few bucks. The hourly looks like it could swing up. The 15-minute looks like it could swing up too. So AVGO is a monster. Climate change solution ETF. No thank ya. Let's look at, is C3 AI revenue growing? Well, INOD, given that they are growing the way that they are, $1.5 billion market cap, yeah, it's a little too expensive for me right now, being that it's a small cap. Let's look at UiPath.
Let's go, Tesla.
All right, we got a pop on Tesla. Still have my 200 shares.
It's interesting to see that this is, you really haven't heard any of the hyperscalers push back on their commitment to AI and AI infrastructure. Meanwhile, you've had both the White House and you've had the leading chip companies in the world go on their sovereign AI tour, and I think the sovereigns have really trailed the private sector, and means there's a lot more behind it. What you're seeing, you noted, I mean, the move in ARM, the move in AI infrastructure, and then even moves in companies like Oracle, and the fact that Oracle's even held on to some of these gains tells you where I think the market is, and AMD, the broadening of the chip trade. So it doesn't mean that there isn't some FOMO in here. It doesn't mean that multiples are challenged. But I look at NVIDIA, and that leadership looks great to me, and that's a multiple that I'm comfortable with. At the same time, look at what banks are doing. Look at what industrials have led much of this rally all year at a time when the dollar's weaker, which I think supports multinationals, and I think it's obviously good for the industrial metal trade, the precious metal trade, and some of those related trades.
Yeah, any final thoughts on Apple, which has completely sat this one out?
Well, Apple's been dead money for 3.5 years, and if you're looking at the technicals on it, holding 200 here, if that's what we're able to do coming out of WWDC, and I think there wasn't a whole lot there, but there's more AI apps. There's 7 new APIs. There's dynamics on a refresh cycle that didn't really include AI, in my view. So an installed base. I think the street has downgraded Apple. So I kind of like Apple here, not because I think it's cheap and not because I think there's a lot of innovation. I just think, again, the positioning is such that this is one that I can own. I think it'll be defensive in a downdraft. And I think it's, the technicals on it say it's held up pretty well. This is on a relative to the triple Qs. It's made lower lows for 2.5 years, but now it's kind of at the bottom shoulder of a Head and Shoulders if you look at that stuff. So I'm not getting carried away on Apple. I just think Apple's a place where you could actually allocate some capital here.
Yeah, big divergence over a 3-year period as we're seeing about half the performance of the triple Qs. Tim, as always, thanks.
Yeah.
We appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Kelly.
Tim Seymour. Coming up, OpenAI is ramping up its warnings about another Chinese AI company. We'll tell you the name and why Sam Altman says we should be so concerned. That's next.
Franklin Templeton ETFs. With over 70 ETFs, we have solutions for every market, helping advisors build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
No matter where we are in the world, our needs for a fulfilled life are basically the same. Togetherness, connection, support. It's why for more than a century, we've engineered climates that enhance lives, help businesses thrive, and move industries across the globe. And every day, we're innovating smarter ways to make life better, all across the world we share.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Life is always changing, and our Lovesac couch adapts to it all. Gathering around for game day one moment, reconfiguring for entertaining the next. And tomorrow, a new look entirely. Because Lovesac adapts to life, our life.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, every week you learn something new, and you can immediately just jump right in and use those skills. Because of my degree from UMGC, I feel confident. I have the background when I walk into any room.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Oh, Tesla's rolling over.
It is my honor to welcome the hardest working software on television to the public market.
It's just all about execution.
Welcome to CNBC Plus, market destination.
CNBC Plus, on-the-go access to global market data, news, and analysis as it happens. Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Welcome back. Remember the whole DeepSeek drama? OpenAI is now raising some red flags over another emerging Chinese startup. They say it's an even bigger threat to U.S. AI dominance than DeepSeek potentially is or was. Deirdre Bosa has those details in today's Tech Check. Do tell, Deirdre.
So, Kelly, the startup, it's called Jipu AI, and it's part of China's class of so-called AI tigers that include companies like DeepSeek, 01.ai, and Moonshot. These are startups that Beijing is pushing to compete globally. Now, in a post that is part of its Global Affairs blog, OpenAI writes that Jipu is a frontline threat in China's push to dominate AI. Like a Huawei before it in the networking era, Jipu is offering turnkey AI infrastructure solutions beyond China, across Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and even the UK, places where Washington is competing to entrench its own American standards. But unlike a DeepSeek or a Huawei, the claims may be overblown. Jipu is struggling at home. It is reportedly losing money, and it's lost favored status in Beijing to DeepSeek, which makes us look a little more like a well-timed warning from OpenAI and Sam Altman, designed perhaps to serve their own interests. Jipu gives OpenAI the perfect foil to frame the choice for lawmakers and allies as back us or risk ceding to Beijing. But the potentially more important impact may be what Jipu represents, Kelly, and that is the increasing adoption of Chinese open source models globally, at a time when Meta, once the West's biggest open source advocate, may now reportedly be moving the other way towards closed source. And that is really a key shift here, because while China is now giving away powerful AI for free, open source models are free and they can be adopted very quickly, the West may be pulling back, and that means that the next generation of AI could be built on Chinese code. So this story is broader than just Jipu, but Jipu is another indication that this race is still extremely competitive and doesn't really have an endpoint.
Remember, sorry, Deirdre, if I missed it. What is Jipu's product name? What's it called? And are people in the U.S. using it?
Nope, it's not in the US, but it's in Southeast Asia, the Middle East, even in the UK, and they're really focusing on enterprise products, but at the heart of it, so it doesn't have like a consumer-facing app like a DeepSeek or a ChatGPT, although it does have some consumer products, but at the heart of it, it's deploying open source models. So you kind of get around the hardware issue, right? If you use an open source model, you can use them on NVIDIA GPUs.
Got it. So we asked Ivan Serini, who's been on the show a number of times, of Faroot, what he thought about the security implications of this. He didn't mince words. He says, Jipu's close ties with the government of China and its military pose risks to American security, directly supports Beijing's military modernization through AI, and puts our data privacy and national interests at risk. So in other words, if you hear about this product, U.S. companies, he's saying be very, very careful before you just think, you know what, this is kind of a free open source model that we could use.
But Kelly, people said the same thing about DeepSeek, and that has not stopped or slowed down its adoption because it's open source. You don't actually have to keep anything on Chinese clouds or with the Chinese government. The whole thing about this is that because it's open source, it's free to download and tweak and use to serve your own purposes. So Jipu could be another sort of idea of that. Like, yes, it's a Trojan horse if you host it in China, but the whole thing with open source models and why this is so important is because you can actually just bring it to whatever country you want, whatever servers you want, and not have that China risk.
I think we need to get him on and continue that, because there's a lot at stake here. It's very interesting. Deirdre, thanks for bringing it to our attention. Deirdre Bosa. Thanks. Coming up is Uber and Lyft's taxi moment almost here. The ride-hailers left medallions in the dust long ago, but in a new note, Canaccord says they're now facing a, quote, insurgency of their own. We'll dig into that next.
What we're building is really, really important for the future of humanity.
Companies like Voyager don't just adapt to change, they create it.
Innovation, space, defense, national security is great, but our mission is you.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced. Meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
For me, Squawk Box is breakfast with the most interesting people in the world.
It's a privilege to get to talk to them every day.
It's more entertaining than any other morning show, but you might get some useful information.
Squawk Box, weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern and streaming on CNBC+.
At our previous home, we had wood, and I never liked it. I wanted a sustainable option, and that made TimberTech the obvious choice for me. I love the indoor-outdoor living. I mean, to be honest, the decks made it even better. I'm so happy with it.
And this is an important step for all our employees.
Blah, 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 blah.
Certain you're a mule?
Yeah. Are you for imprint certain?
Oh boy.
Certainty matters. So when you need the right high-quality promotional products, printed perfectly and guaranteed to arrive on time, that's the certainty of 4imprint. Wow your clients, nail your next event, or inspire your team by visiting 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
3, 2, 1, action.
Some breaking news out of the White House with stocks off session highs. Megan, what's happening?
Hey, Kelly, a new post from the president on Truth Social just now saying that because Canada is moving forward with a digital services tax that will impact American technology companies, he says because of that tax, we are hereby terminating all trade discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. He says we will let Canada know the tariff that they will be paying to do business with the United States of America within the next 7-day period. Now, Kelly, remember, Canada is not facing a July 9th deadline like other countries are. There's a 25% tariff on Canadian imports, but not for any goods that qualify under the USMCA. So it's not as impacted by tariffs right now as many other countries, but now that could change. The president saying, of course, that there could be a new tariff within 7 days on Canada because of this digital services tax.
All right, we'll unpack this a little bit more next hour, I imagine. Megan, for now, thanks. Appreciate it. Megan Casella. Again, markets off the highs. Not a huge reaction just yet, though. Moving on, could robo-taxis put Uber and Lyft out of business? Canaccord Genuity out with a new note today warning it would take just over 400,000 of them to replace all Uber and Lyft drivers in the country. And you wouldn't have to tip them. Let's bring in Canaccord's George Giannarikis. George, it's great to see you. And this, I imagine, is why we're seeing so many partnerships from Uber and Lyft with the Waymos of the world.
That's exactly right. So in our opinion, Uber and Lyft need a robust ecosystem of technology partners to make sure that they don't get left in the dust. If it's just Tesla and Waymo, we find it very hard to believe that as the market transitions from robotaxi, that Uber and Lyft can eke out enough industry profits to stay viable. They need someone like a Mobileye, for example, that powers multiple OEMs, enables their robotaxis such that they can serve a purpose and still create demand generation for those providers.
You think Uber and Lyft operate at around $3 per mile but robo-taxi could be like $1.
Exactly. So we spent a lot of time on the math, and in our opinion, at scale, companies like Tesla or Mobileye-powered OEMs, it's going to be about $1 at scale. So right now, Uber and Lyft are at about $3. So to the extent that consumers can get more affordable services, they'll opt for that. And over time, they'll be safer. There won't be another person in the car. You won't have to tip them. So it could be a very, very compelling service as they proliferate.
And that said, is this really a threat to Uber if it's basically the one, operating with Waymo right now?
Look, if it's just Tesla or even Waymo, we find it very hard to believe that they'll play a viable role in the ecosystem. Now, it may very well turn out that Mobileye powers multiple OEMs and they'll serve a purpose, but Tesla, first and foremost, they want to own the entire value chain. Waymo's partnering with them, but if history serves as a guide, they'll likely also want to own the entire value chain. So they need a robust alternate ecosystem to stay relevant.
Okay, so if you were these investors in Uber and Lyft, I know you have a hold on both names. Do you worry about them? If you're Tesla, that's buy rated. Does this obviously just become a big reason for why, they do have this big market in the future? The robo-taxi launch was not without hiccups down in Austin. I mean, there's plenty of people, you've seen the articles talking about, kind of, some had a smooth experience, others didn't.
It's going to take some time to work out the kinks in anyone's robo-taxi solution, but the really powerful part of Tesla's model is that overnight, if they wanted to, they have the hardware and the vehicles that enable them to light up 2.8 million cars and enable them as robo-taxis. So well over the 400,000 estimate. And that's what they've been working on for years and years and years. And so anyone, that has hardware 3+ in their vehicle can turn it into a robo-taxi. Now, again, it'll take some time to get there in all geographies, but it's a really, really powerful model.
No, I know. People love the idea. It's a little weird, but the car can make money for you, maybe, while you're sleeping. George, appreciate putting the hard numbers to it. Good to see you on a day like this. George Giannarakis with Canaccord. That's it for us. Thanks for watching, and I'll join Brian Sullivan for Power Lunch. Pick up coverage right after this break.
$5K fun run.
Say hi to Patty, celebrated social worker,
Who's coming in second?
self-appointed social chair, potluck, kickball, last call.
Sign up for Goat Yoga.
You name it, she's on it.
Jim!
And you have 47 emails to prove it. But her capacity to care is unmatched. You need Patty. Patty needs a retirement plan. Work with Principal so we can help you help Patty with a retirement and benefits plan that's right for her.
Good night, guys.
Let our expertise round out yours.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between predictability and probability. Those who manage risk by anticipating each movement. Flawless execution, timing, and accuracy. Identify the goal, match power with precision, reach new heights. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I knew I'd be its fancy name and pretty face. But I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere. Here, there, all over the dang place. Well, that logo is sexier than...
Oh yeah. Love it. Not a lot going on. Might close it down here. All right, I got an order at 320.44. Let's see if it triggers. I think Tesla might close above 320.34. I hope so. 320.34. That's like a channel bottom. Let's go. Channel bottom, baby. All right, folks. I just bought some Litecoin, LTC, Litecoin, BTC Cash. My friends. Okay, Scott. Let's go. Alrighty. Alright, we're making moves here, people. We're making moves. Tempest got to close above 66.30. Tesla's being a bee-hee-hee. This is the hour of power. The VWAP's at 322. 323, excuse me, it's the green line. Pretty far from that VWAP. That'd be nice if we can get a rally up there and then maybe close around 320, bottom of the channel. I don't know, we'll see. I got 200 shares at 318.72. Really want this to hold the line. I'm gonna go back to Webull for you guys. See what Bitcoin is at. Boom, baby, we are still bullish. There's just no stopping Bitcoin. CCC, huh? This is Bitcoin Cash. Man, it got as low as $100. Wow. It's got as high as $4 grand before, people. Holy cow. Well, the next stop is $1,000. That would be fantastic. I only have a few coins to be real with you. What about Litecoin? It's on the down, baby. Oh man, Bitcoin Cash looks juicy. All right, we're just about done with the markets today, folks. Tesla, you know, probably close around 320, I'd imagine. Seems like it's like that intraday support. But I might buy some. Ooh, there was a nice little pop right there, boy. I'll tell you what, that was a nice pop. Hold on here, we got some action, Jackson. Should we sell into that? And if we hit that 222, might take $300 off the table. That's for sure, blood. Alright, fellas, and girls and gals, all alike. Get a nice pop with Tesla. I'm going to go ahead and end the day. It's a Friday. Get out of here a little early. You know, in the 1 hour, we are increasing in selling volume. This is just a bounce and a downtrend, it looks like. Okay. We broke lows. Okay. And we could definitely Monday morning go test 300. You know, Monday, Tuesday, definitely sometime next week. We'll be around here. So I'll probably buy some puts into this little rally here. Buy some putsies for some insurance purposes, and go from there. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Take care.